Hello. Want to see a magic trick?
Loriku says CHER 200 and normal time. There's something normal around here. I'm horrified. Unsubscribing. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Normal time.
They subscribed for 23 months. And says this field intentionally left blank dot. End of line.
Philip, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 23 months. I appreciate that. When do I not start directly on time? I feel like I'm probably one of the most time accurate stream starting streamers. You know, yesterday was kind of a different kind of problem. So let me go over what exactly happened yesterday. So this is a phone, all right? And if I do this, you'll see a white screen with a black thing on it. This is the port forwarding configuration for my router modem at home. And you'll notice I can load it here. I couldn't yesterday because all of the port forwarding was broken. It was impossible for me to connect to the home server. I did not realize this before I left because I got mixed up by the reverse proxy working with the VPSs and stuff. So the last week, or this week, earlier, midweek, I don't know, days ago, there was a weird power brownout flicker, like someone hit a power pole or something. And it seemed like it kind of wigged out a lot of my hardware. It shut off the Xeon, not the Xeon, the Epic server for some reason. And even though it's on a UPS, and it wigged out the modem because it wouldn't load port forwarding settings. I couldn't restart it remotely. Long story short, by the time I knew there was a problem, it would have taken more than half of the time of the stream for me to drive home, fix it, and come back. So it was never going to happen. So yeah, the modem router thing was completely wigged out. I then spent about 2 hours trying to figure out what the problem is.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 28 months, currently on a 28-month streak, and says happy 1,759,597,518 seconds since Unix epoch. End of line.
Squid, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 28 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was just not going to work out yesterday. There was nothing. Oh, yeah, the 2 hours. Yeah, so it looks like the settings that were in the modem router thing for the existing port forwards were all, like, nuked. I can't use those ports. It's like I try to, you know, remove a port forward for one of them and put it back. It doesn't work anymore. So either Cox blocked every single forwarded port that I've already been forwarding, or something dramatic has happened to that modem. So I had to switch to a different port, and that fixed it. So that's fun. But yeah, now it's working again. So yeah. But that's cool. So yep, I have no idea again. My guess is that it was some kind of weird flicker situation. It didn't just cut power. It cut power and came back. Maybe it was Well, the brownout specifically, you can have power reduce, and it might have like gotten through a trip point because there's like a hysteresis curve or thing like a UPS is supposed to fail over. If it's in the middle, the gray zone, it can do weird things. So yeah. Anyway, that was very frustrating. So yeah, there was not a lot I could do yesterday about that, and I didn't actually solve the problem completely until an hour and a half after stream would have ended. So yeah, got a trash config that's written in nonsense VRAM 3030 factory reset should cause it to refresh fresh. I've had that happen before. Yeah, probably I need to do that. I don't know what zero tier would do. If they're not an internet service provider, it's not going to help. So yeah. Anyway, all right. We have other problems. So you remember how last week we added redump to the software, alternative tailscale? Okay, yeah. So that doesn't matter. I don't need that. None of that doesn't matter. I'm very, very fine handling all of my port forwarding and WireGuard setup. I don't need the handholdy version. Yeah, I may actually look into doing a failover connection through the VPS. I want to experiment with that because it would technically be possible for me to route traffic through the VPS for streaming. I just don't know what that would do to the packet stability. So I don't know that I want to try and do that. So yeah, but it might work. If I did that, it would make the server port forwarded proof. Because you'll notice, not that everyone is like constantly looking at it, CapsWiki never went away because CapsWiki reverse proxies the server in my house is the client to the VPS that is the actual WireGuard server. So the VPS stays there, and then the server, once it reboots, it connects, and then the VPS can send traffic back to the server. So basically that could be done, but it would mean I would have to hop the stream video through the VPS to get it to the server, and that may not be great. So, thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. So yeah. VPS be the streaming server. No, I've tried that. It needs way more CPU power than I'm willing to pay for. Anyway, you mean I shouldn't be retrieving CapsWiki front page every 10 seconds to check my home internet connection? So I suspecting port blocking, started looking at cheap GPUs don't require external power for that backup VM in my closet. Yeah, I don't know what would happen if the port blocking really became an issue. Yeah, I don't know. What's really frustrating is that it's a brand new modem router. I just got it exchanged. So anyway, this was DNS. Yeah, none of the network issues I have happen are going to be DNS because that's just, yeah. So anyway, 2 new problems with the ripping setup. So last week we swapped out CDRDAO for redumper in the software. We have not yet solved the issue of split bin queues. This morning I looked into the source code for redumper because I was considering forking it and adding a flag to just not split the bin queues. But I think they might be doing something clever, and I wanted to rip a Blue Book disk to see if I was right. And that illuminated a problem with the new software implementation. And also, yesterday, when I was waiting for the stream, I was trying to solve some other issues. I stumbled upon a different problem entirely. So we have 2 problems we need to fix with PyDisk rip today that we've caused ourselves. Well, I've caused myself. So, yeah. You okay with server in Germany? Love sponsor you VM on my cluster, 20 core. I appreciate that. That I guarantee you the packet loss for that would be so bad as to not be able to stream. Because the web hosting stuff all works totally fine. That's not an issue. So it's just the streaming. Anyway, is this about yesterday or more network problems? Let's just ignore yesterday. Let's just get to actual work, because yesterday was dumb and not a real issue that's repeatable. So, all right. Let's go over the problems and see what we've got going on. So there is a CD robot and let's do this. Okay. So you'll note there's a disc in this tray and it's just chilling there. That's because the robot no longer picks up discs. It stopped doing that after the work we did last weekend. I have, however, identified why. It is both good news and bad news. And it's weird. So it's not a hardware failure. It is purely a software problem, but it's a software problem I was afraid of. And it's one of those annoying things with Python that I was afraid would happen. And it's why you might see me program in Python really weird sometimes. And in this particular instance, it backfired on me. I didn't make it weird enough. So up here, I instantiate one instance of every class for the media handlers for doing CD, DVD, floppy disk, and all that fun stuff. So this gets me the, like, it initializes the class. I don't know how to do this dynamically. I mean, I know there's a way where you can add a folder and have it import all of this stuff. There's probably a way where you can have it glob classes and stuff and implementing them, but it's really messy. So I did this. We now have an issue, though, because these two classes can both handle CDs. And I added, or the eject media function down here matches the media type that class can handle. The problem is that CDR-DAO is implemented first. So what happens is it goes through the media classes to try and eject. It finds CDR-DAO here, and then it tries to eject. But CDR-DAO has not been configured because I've specified in my settings that I want to use redumper. And that means that CDR-DAO doesn't know about the robot. It doesn't have the controller set up for it. Which actually means that I have been modifying these static class kind of things with the controller data every time. Which also means that if someone had two of these robots connected to the computer at once, it would break immediately. Now, I don't think that's particularly likely because it seems like I'm probably the only person who's ever going to use this. The more I work on this, the more it seems like I'm digging a giant hole for myself here. But it also, I don't think there's any software that does exactly what I want. So I'm going to keep working on this. But yeah, that doesn't work because the controller isn't configured for this because we're only configuring this. So there is a way we can work around this. We need to match the media handler in the config data, which I believe is added to the media sample information here by this point.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 43 months, currently on a 43-month streak. And says this tangent is collinear with the arcsine of the concentric offset divided by the square root t of the cosine of the coincident perpendicular arctangent minus the logarithmic derivative of theta squared multiplied by 2 pi squared all divided by the level of sanity left in Shelby's brain. End of line.
Taters Games, thank you for the tier 1
David
sub.
Phantom subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 43 months, currently on a 43-month streak. And says software is cursed ... Let's go back to pure logic gate programming ... End of line.
That was really nice of you to both use the same number of months there. Taters Games, thank you for the 43 months. And David, thank you for the 43 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we don't have... It's matching the CDR-DAO object, which doesn't have the controller configured, which doesn't eject. So yeah, we need to check by the handler ID, not the type, if the handler ID is set. So we're going to implement that. There's another problem too, though. The software is currently sitting here looping endlessly, trying to find a disk type for this drive. There is a Blue Book disk in that drive. And I don't know exactly what's going on here. So previously, we could put a Blue Book disk in, and it would find the disk type as a CD, and then it would go on to run it. But for some reason, with these drives, with this firmware, the UDEV data does not seem to indicate that it is a CD anymore when there is a Blue Book disk in there. And that causes my software to lock up, I believe, in this function here. So while output true, all right, it's trying to find the disk information. It is meant to stay here until it finds a CD type. And this is slightly a problem. So this is two things. This is a check for if there is a disk in the drive, and is a check for what kind of disk in the drive. This is used to determine which media manager over here we load. And it seems like it never matches it. Now, I think it's pretty safe to say that if it can't figure out what the disk type is after, say, 10 tries, it's probably a weirdo CD.
That says CHER 200-THE finite difference frequency domain. FDFD method is a numerical modeling framework that discretizes Maxwell's -relations in the frequency domain using finite difference operators. -by converting continuous differential equations into sparse linear algebraic systems. FDFD enables precise steady-state simulation of electromagnetic wave propagation, scattering, and resonance phenomena across complex anisotropy.c and dispersive material environments into Shelby's brain. 23,137,519,320,152,333. End of line.
Did I lose internet on this computer? I did. Okay. Zafina, thank you for the 200 bits. Okay, apparently I lost internet over here because I couldn't figure out where that was coming from. Fun. Let me reboot the Pi. That explains why chat was so quiet. Is that 500 characters? Really? Q, nothing would happen if we configured both CDRDAO and redump. It would be totally fine. I'm waiting for the Raspberry Pi to reboot and to have internet on the other computer right now. Should come back any second now. I don't know why it's not. Refresh. Maybe I need to reboot my router. Cannot click my way to a router reboot. Squid, yes, I did know they're right there. It's pretty easy. Just hold your forearm and wiggle your fingers. You can feel the tendons going all the way up there. It's also why you see that stuff. Yeah, your fingers have to be real chunky. It's actually more impressive that your fingers aren't cold all the time because it still has to run blood down there, even though there's nothing taking advantage of it. It's just to keep your, you parts from, like, decomposing. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. There we go. Finally, it's back. Multiple internet disconnects. Oh, no. All right. robots connect at the same time. They're miserable enough. Yeah, okay. I'm catching up on chat here. David, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, it's 200 bits now. To try and avoid obnoxious messages. I think there's an easier solution. It's that price could be changed for specific individuals. All right. Is there no different way to determine media type after swapping to new drives? I'm not sure what you mean. This runs per drive. The UDEV method is by far the cleanest method to do this, but also it's just kind of messed up. While I'm looking at stuff on the other screen here, let me run CD info on the drive that currently has a Blue Book disk in it, and you'll see how poorly it performs. There's just, and it's flawless. Okay. It does not work well for some reason. Well, it's still looking up the MCM and being slow. Okay, well, it seems like literally just logging into the router fixed everything. It's weird. Whatever. I'll take it. All right, you'll see, okay, there, it is still behaving very poorly with that disk. It hasn't even found the second session yet. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. Anyway, I need to determine if there is a disk in the drive during this, and then if there is a disk after, let's say, 10 attempts, which would be 30 seconds, we just give up. And then we assume it's a CD and try and move on. And then if it errors, we just let it fail, move on. Because this is where this gets tricky. If you are not using a CD robot, okay, let's say we shut this down. And I'm just going to grab this one drive. That's right, I'm a Linux user making a folder called OneDrive. This should be CDR0, yes. Okay. Okay, so over here now, I'm going to tell it I'm going to rip the Lego disk, okay? So I type in Lego, click start rip, and what happens? It adds it to the queue. It has ejected the tray down here, all right? So all I'm going to do, I'm going to take the disk. You can see up here, it's waiting. Please insert media into drive, okay? It's waiting. I'm just going to pop the disk in. I am hands off. It's going to use that function to automatically determine that the disk has been inserted into the drive, and then it will go ahead and continue the rip. So this is part of the handling process for this that allows it to automatically work or more seamlessly work with single drives. And I think that's important because that's even a way I'm going to use this still. That's how I ripped the Tron Ares soundtrack, for instance. There we go. It detected it. So I can't have it shortcut this by, like, if it doesn't find it for like 30 seconds or something, it will automatically give up because you might be trying to put the disk in the tray. This is the wait section of that. So we're using read number for all the rips now. This is going to use CDR. CDR DAO is still implemented. It's just an either or situation right now. With the ASUS drives, we're 100% always going to use redump because that's the only option we have. So yeah, this needs to determine whether or not it has a disk in it. Yeah, both are being built in. And I'm honestly thinking we might end up using both because the bin files from Redumper kind of suck. Anyway, oh yeah, on that, let me bring this up. So somewhere around here, redump. Okay, I was looking at the source code for redump because, as I mentioned this earlier, I was looking at forking this and trying to add a non-split bin option. All right, so I was thinking about doing that. Also, what's an IXX file? Because I've never even heard of this. I'm guessing it's some kind of weird C preprocessor. Down here at the bottom, though, I started seeing some stuff that made me think, maybe I don't want to do this. Specifically, there were ISO 9660 LBA offsets somehow implemented. And if that's the case, if it is in its split tracks, fixing the ISO LBA offset issue, that would be huge. So that's why I tried to rip a blue book, but then it crashed for different reasons. I love that I made the window wider, so GitHub was like, "Oh, good, now I can stick this junk in here." What is the offset issue? On a blue book disk, like this is Americana by the Offspring. This has a second session on here on this particular disc. It's actually extremely easy to see if the camera were in focus. Oh my gosh, that is not easy to see at all. Wow, that's annoying. Anyway, there's a ring on there. I'll hold it up to this in case that shows it. Where there's a second session. So the way that the CD is presented, an audio player will only read that part, and a computer will only read that part. There is a data partition on the CD, and the problem is that the sector position IDs are the same sequence for the audio section as they are for the data section. So the data partition, all of, let's say, the inodes, point to data that is offset by the amount of the audio section. So if you were to rip an ISO of this disk that only contained this data part up here, the table of contents would point to locations outside of the data of the image because the offset needs to be from or higher than the 0 position to start with. The easiest way to potentially do that is to just 0 pad the data ISO section so that it's the size of the whole CD, and then the table of contents stuff will reference correctly. But if this somehow corrects the LBA stuff, it could, in theory, be done where you don't need that offset. So that's what I wanted to try, but I don't know. We're gonna have to make it actually work to figure this out. Okay, so here's what we have to do.
One. They've subscribed for 41 months and says it's almost the perfect amount of months. End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the tier 1 sub there. And for 41 months. I appreciate that. It is almost the perfect amount of months, yes. 8. I think I was doing 42 wrong. Oh well. All right. I have no idea what the track list is. Yes, it does have The Kids Aren't All Right. Also has Pretty Fly, No Brakes. Yeah, it's got a lot on there. All right. So this dev properties thing has a bunch of information in it that we need to figure out how to extract. Oh, I already had a line here that tells me how to do this. Why didn't I just do that? Okay, well, that's what I needed. So let's just put that there because that'll work. Now we can rerun this. Why has whatever disk I put in not finished ripping yet? Ripping. Lego. Output. Lego. BinQ split. It's ripping with redump. I didn't even think about that. Did I actually configure redump? I did configure redump in the single one. Okay, fair. This is my first redump rip without redump configured drive, I guess. Anyone notice robot's gone fuzzy? Oh, yeah, hold on. Click. There you go. Blue Book for copy protection. I really don't think it's ever been copy protection. Because it is extremely terrible copy protection. I literally own hardware designed to dub CDs that could just work with Blue Books that doesn't even need that. If it was copy protection, there wouldn't be extra data in the data ISO. All right, well, I kind of don't want it to finish. Also, it's so slow when it's not like a drive it knows. It's kind of crazy. I'm just going to kill it. I don't care. Okay. I want to rerun this, and I want to do the Blue Book disk. So I have a Blue Book disk, just to make it obvious. This is Blue Book. This is Red Book. And somewhere around here I have Crazy Taxi, so I can have a yellow book. All right, we're going to go back to 3 drive. I'm going to delete that because that is the Blue Book. And I'm going to rerun this. Now, the only thing I'm after here is the output of this. It's not going to work. What's broken that I need to fix for you? Okay, how about you tackle how to make it not accidentally match the wrong object over here, and I'll tackle this one where it detects whether there's a disk or not using a different method, okay? Break. Go team. Okay. That's that. Okay, I'm just going to call this test for now. Start rip. All right, it's going to pop that in there. I should delete this Lego folder. We don't need that. All right.
95 Raiders from Black Simon have joined. End of line.
Black Simon and Raiders, hello and welcome. We're working on my CD robot again, still. Hope you guys had a good stream. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Our current objective is to fix 2 flaws that I have introduced myself.
They've subscribed for 9 months, currently on a 9-month streak. And says hi. End of line.
Lena Heim, thank you for the tier 1 sub in for 9 months. So I have started trying to rip a Blue Book CD, which is now going to be outputting debug information into my terminal here. Oh, if I hadn't messed this up. And the Blue Book CD is not working in these drives that I just put in. And then I also have an issue where I am not properly checking type IDs, and it's trying to eject a disk through this machine, but it's not using a configured module. So I got work to do because I've made my life harder. Okay. Apparently we need to import JSON. Import JSON, and we can rerun this. How would you feel about an end of line as an enter key on a keyboard? That is an interesting idea. All right. Robot's already calibrated, or what's it doing? Why did it act weird there? Yeah, properly initialized, it looks like. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay. Run test again. Oh my gosh. P4? Yeah, that's not going to go very optimally. All right. Oh, the disk is already in the drive. That works. Okay. Okay. So it should attempt to read that if it's already in the drive, I think. Not exactly sure what it's doing right now. Oh, okay. No, don't. Oh, sure. Yeah. Nope, you got it. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. You're doing such a good job, Mr. Robot. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's awful. It's all... You know what? That's fine. Don't worry. You transfer channel points? Nope. The ones here are worthless. I got bad news for you. They're all worthless. Okay, let's try that again, I guess. And maybe this time not have it messed up. You've missed quite a few streams, 1010, and my internet apparently just died again over here. Great. Yeah, there's a camera. It takes pictures. These are Blu-ray drives. They have been firmware modded to work better with redump. That is, redumper. Okay. Wait, everything is made up and the points don't matter? Yeah, sorry. I hate to break it to you. It snuck some internet through, so I'm going to not worry about it. I need this program to stop doing anything. Please cease operation. Okay, no, I still have to reboot the Pi. That's so annoying. I think what happens on the Pi is it loses internet connection, and then the bridge, or whatever it is I configured, I forget exactly what it is, disconnects, and it doesn't automatically reconnect. So that's why I have to reboot it. You abandoned the previous set of drives. Yeah, they were garbage, it turned out. Beyond the other problems. There's a second channel video coming out. Well, it's not really going to cover it. They wouldn't read mixed mode discs. That was the problem. So just cuts power to the Pi every so often. Yeah, the problem with those is that they like have a minimum of like 1 hour increments or something. Sad that the floppy CD was second channel, that was peak. It was not. No, it wasn't. You're not the only person who's tried to tell me that. For one, it hasn't even done that well for a second channel video. And two, I didn't have access to a computer with a 1.2 megabyte floppy drive built in that would be capable of playing that MP3. So no matter what, I was never going to be able to fully do the video correctly, and it would have just been a bunch of people whining about the fact that I didn't actually play it off the floppy, even though I did actually play it off of the 144. Although it still didn't really play it off the 144 because Windows Media Player just cached the file to the hard drive and then played it, because nothing really streams off of a floppy disk. So anyway, yeah, there was it would have been picked apart a lot. Additionally, it wasn't recorded well. I made that video in 3 hours total. Filming, editing, uploading, 3 hours. That was not a main channel video. Okay, what did I change? What's different here? Oh, the disk won't be in the drive when I run it this time, so it won't like try to blow itself up. MPX Play might have worked on a 1.2 megabyte drive equipped computer. I don't know. Would my 100 megahertz 46 have been able to play it? Because that is the only computer that I own with a 1.2 megabyte floppy drive in it. Because 1.2 meg disks are useless. But the other thing is that I wasn't at the office. I had to do it all at home. There are no USB 5.25 inch drives after that. Okay, now it should. There we go. That's what I want. Okay, so it's just going to repeat this indefinitely. All right. So we need to look through this to see if there is anything that clearly indicates that there is a CD in the drive. So what we need to look at, or what it normally matches against, is ID CD-ROM media. Specifically, CD-ROM media indicates what kind of disk it is. I don't know what in this indicates that there is a disk, but may not indicate the type, because a lot of this is for the drive. So let's see if there's something in here that maybe says, like, here's how many sessions there are or whatnot. Let's just go ahead and pause this for now. Random shiny disk detected, yeah. Is it even possible to adapt a 5.25 to USB connection? Yes. Sanity, I think it has more legs than other videos, but up until yesterday, and the video released Thursday, it was behind 3 other videos. Okay, dev type disk, ID bus, USB. Okay, that is true. I was like, wait, no, that's a SATA drive. System D mount device, System D ready. I don't think there's anything here that tells me that there is a disk in the drive. You'll notice, though, that the LED is still blinking on it. It's still trying to identify something about this disk. I really think it... No, ID type doesn't... No, that's not what that means. ID type, or the media CD-ROM thing, is the only thing that matters. This just means that it can read a CD, because it also says CD-ROM Blu-ray here. I did know what you meant, Flare Spire, but it's just... It's one of those things where people think they want that. No one actually wants that. It would be dumb. These are kind of worthless. They're really not that good. I will take a real drive with a grease weasel any day of the week. Not that almost on bottom. I can guarantee you whatever you're seeing here. I don't know what you're seeing though. It's not that. It does not indicate that there is a disc. I'm not seeing anything that says CD on the bottom anyway. Yeah, ID type. ID type. This. That seems weirder, actually. You might be onto something. I don't know. That I'm not aware of what that might be. Let me rerun the internal drive one and not put a disk in and see what it says. Okay, well, that's not going to work because that file doesn't exist. Oh, interesting. I need this to... You know what? That doesn't matter. It can keep doing whatever it wants over there. Old one, I don't know that I've encountered one that bad, but yeah, that's how garbage they are. Why is this finding this stuff? Control F5. That shouldn't be there. Oh, because I'm still in 3 drive somehow. There. There we go. Okay, test. Okay, let's see what it says on this other drive without a disk in there at all. Yeah, Ben, on the one drive that doesn't suck, that's the exception that proves the rule. Is that if you pick up one of these, it is terrible for whatever you want to use it for. It doesn't matter. They're all bad. All of them are bad at every job. Oh, you know what helps is if I click start rip instead of pressing enter, because I don't have the web thing implemented for that. Okay, let's see what it says now. Please insert test into... Give me that while you're just pulled out. Okay. Please insert blah, 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 into blah, 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 blah. Wait a minute. That's not how it's determining whether or not there's a disk in there. Where is this being determined? Is this in the optical object handler? CDIDA. Oh. Ejecting. Wait a minute. Warn, CD-ROM, blah, 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 blah. No medium found. Okay, where is that happening? Is this in manager load? Controller load. For all of them, USB floppy drives, yes. If it is a floppy drive that is intended to be used over USB, it's garbage. Didn't know that before I tried to use it to back up PC-DOS and wiped. Ooh, that's super weird. That sucks, old one. Okay, so optical load. While true, CDIDI. Okay. Web update drive status. Okay, this is where we're getting this. Okay, is this returning? Ejecting. Okay, so this is ejecting the drive. Okay. We are clear to assume it's a CD over here if it runs 10 times. Okay. Countdown to assume it's a weird CD. Countdown equal 10. Okay. If output countdown minus equal 1, if not count down Kind of true. BD or DVD would not have the weird structure. Yeah, a Blu-ray or a DVD will be identified far easier than a CD. So it's most likely that that it would show up better. Okay, is probably a weird CD. All right. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so we'll try this. MB, I don't know why you say that
Network
when
17
this
has not
exists.
subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 24 months. And says evening all. End of line.
Network 17, thank you for the Prime sub there and for 24 months. I appreciate that. I don't know why I didn't show up on the other thing here. That's weird. Hopefully, that was supposed to be read out. Okay. Yeah, that'll work for now. Okay. Okay, so we solved one problem. So I'm going to kill that, close the tray down here. Let's go back to 3 drive. And now we're going to try and run the Blue Book disk through this. I don't know exactly how this is going to work. I'm a little nervous. So let's see what happens. Because I have a feeling Redumper is not going to be happy. But I don't know if we've tried this or not already. On poorly versus slowly, exactly. All right. Let's try it. Curvature of space. Here we go. Refused to finish this kind just because it had errors? Interesting. I read something about one of these discs that someone was reading on here. Oh my god, I hate modern software. I can't scroll up to this without scrolling all the way back up to that, even though it's like an iframe. Anyway, there is an open issue on here where someone had, or there was an issue on the Redumper Git repo where someone was trying to read a multi-session disk and there were errors between the sessions. Okay, it should run through this 10 times. It's probably a weird CD. All right, gets the photo. And then it should hand it off to Redump in a little bit here. It's probably trying to log CD info right now. Between? How? Well, the sessions, excuse me, probably had a gap. I mean, well, that's the best guess I've got. We'll probably have time here, so I can maybe find it. Bin. Let's see. This was what I searched where I found it. I think this might have been it. Yeah, so pretty sure C2 errors were between sessions. Yeah. So I think the guy solved it himself, but I shouldn't specify gender, but they solved it themselves. So all right, I suspect CD info is running on this right now, although I think it would have logged that. So I'm not exactly sure what it's doing right now. When it gets to that, when it sets the disk type, it has... Where does it set the image? I think that's right before it rips it, isn't it? Go to media reader. Yeah. I want rip auto. I believe it's in this. Drive update. Wait. Blah, 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 blah. Or is it in... Maybe in this. No. Okay. I don't... This project has gotten too big. I don't remember where stuff happens. Yeah, control page where it's populated each entry. Nice film drive just. Nice piece of work, regardless of frustrations. Hope you're pleased with it. It is coming along. It genuinely is, actually. I am becoming happy with it. Like, the fact that this can be used to operate the machine and I will be able to just chuck disk after disk at it. It's eventually going to be awesome. We are going to rip my entire software collection. That is my goal. At some point. But, and this will really help with that. But we have to get our T's crossed and our I's dotted first. Or else we can't trust what we rip. So that's why there's so much upfront work. Anyway, where's the photo stuff handled? Because I don't remember. Okay, media reader, drive status, web update. Okay, it's not in just plain rip, is it? Maybe? Oh yeah, Floof Derp. Yeah, that's how I worked it for the Mario Kart web page as well. It was hideous until one day it was just boop. There's the actual theme to make it not look like garbage. I don't care how this looks right now in the slightest. Any styling that exists here is either functional, like the columns, or just to make it readable while we're working on it. So yeah, this is not how this is going to look. There are so many more functional goals that we still need. Looking forward to the code pictures, disk pictures can be correctly rotated. Yeah, that'll never happen. Been over that several times. All right. Let's see. Rip. There's something where it should check if there is a photo, and then if there is, it copies it to the status folder. And I think it is media format independent. So in theory, it should be in this. That's what I'm trying to determine, Yin. I'm trying to figure out where it may have. Here we go. It was trying to run CD info. That's what it was doing. So yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's this stuff that's taken forever. So it is going. It's going. CD info on this disk. I have run this once on this computer through that drive. It took forever. So that's probably what it's waiting for. This might be one of those things where I should disable auto-mounting CDs. That might be messing with it. Oh, that is weird. I didn't realize that Ubuntu keeps a list of everything you've ever plugged into it. Oh, that is wild. Yeah, so optical disc. Oh, how do I do this without it being a pain in the butt? It's best software for ripping audio CDs. I've never even heard of that. I'm pretty sure if you're on Windows, people like either Exact Audio Copy or Fubar 2000. I I rip audio CDs to a bin queue and then extract the data from there, but that's different. Do it all in CSS. Yeah. Well, Internet Archive only has the things that people have put up on there, so there are very definitely limits. Yeah, I don't really feel like going through. Actually, I don't think these are the auto mounts. Maybe I need to look this up. I would still like to find where this is set though. Media.jpg. Oh, I bet it's in Media Manager or Media. Yeah, it's probably in Media. Yeah, there we go. Check photo. Okay. So where is check photo called? Media reader, check photo. Boom, there it is. All right. So it checks the photo because it did do that. And then, yeah, just configures the controller and then immediately starts the rip. So the rip would be redumper. Redumper does call CD info and music brains, both of which can hang a lot. We still don't have a music brains entry, so it's possible that it was erroring on that and now redumper's going. Yeah, music brains, when it hangs bad. So I bet that's what just happened there. Yeah, literally when I went right when I went back to the folder, it started ripping it. Okay, this is a good important rip. I need this rip example. How fast is it going spinning? Well, we're about a quarter of the way done reading the data already, so pretty darn fast. These are 48 speed drives. I don't know what speed Redumper runs them at. From my very limited testing, it seems like Redumper loves these drives, though, with this firmware. IO top, you Linux nerds want to know your Linux stats with your Linux nonsense. IO top. It's not installed, we can't run it. And next you're going to tell me I have to run it with sudo. Using Python library for music brains? Yes. I don't know what -o is going to be. Redumper disk. Okay, so 3 megabytes per second. Was it? So that's probably 24x speed. That's my guess. Is there anything that I should know about the Python module library for Music Brains? No, this CD does not have bit rot. Man, I really hope it doesn't, because it's not going to be easy to replace, I suspect. O means only currently active. Oh, that is really good, because, yeah, like, wait, that's confusing. Wait, it's writing? Oh, that's the data it's getting from. It's not showing a read. Oh, that's weird. Ah, that's close enough. Wanted to have read it, see if we could put more useful timeout somewhere. Oh, yeah, no, unfortunately not. I also wouldn't be surprised, and I bet, yeah, this does not have a Music Brains entry, I suspect. Now that I think about it. It's a little obscure. So that's probably, maybe I would have been better off with Americana. We could try Americana next and see what it does. Americana is also a good one because it's CD text. And there is a lot of stuff in this that says it supports CD text. Like, it seems like it should do it. I think Matrox said that it didn't work for them, but I kind of want to try. So we'll rip Americana. Actually, I guess I can just queue it. We can start ripping it right now. There's literally no reason I can't. It's the whole point of it being a CD robot. We can rip multiple discs at once. Americana. Go. It just... Thank you, Eggplant. Hope your day is going well as well. I'm here for the nonsense. Let's go, I guess. We still haven't solved it. Can't lift the, or it can't unload the discs, so I can't put in any more than 3 at once. It's not a massive issue. That's a very solvable issue compared to the Blue Book stuff that I thought was going to be a problem. So I'm a lot less concerned about that. We just need to work through it. No, Skull. So this web page that you're looking at is something I wrote from scratch. And this is the source code for it's over here. I am leveraging other tools that interface with the hardware though, and then work with decrypting, or not decrypting, decoding data and other things like that. So I'm not writing any tools for directly working with data because that would just make my life so much worse. But I am writing the management software. See, the library only has rate limiting mechanism, not a timeout. Annoying? Yeah. I'm going to guess it's the URL lib2 module that times out, or library. As far as best CD, DVD ripping drives, I'm going to say it's probably these Asus Blu-ray drives. Ah, there we got a Music Brains query. So yeah, that was probably timing out. Flare Spire? I know what you mean. Yes, it does. Okay, now Americana will start ripping in a moment. I don't know why it's having to work itself up to that. Middleware might be a fancy marketing term. More like heavily dependent ware. All right, what did we get out of this? So according to the back of the case, or the inside of the case, there are 12 CDs, or 12 CDs, 12 tracks. Take that, CD case. Oh, I don't remember what model they are. I'm pretty sure if you just search Asus Blu-ray drive, it's going to be the first one that comes up. I can't imagine they got too many of them. So there are 12 tracks, but we got 14, so that's got to be the ISO track. Now, what's this queue? What does this look like? Because we have multiple sessions here. We can't have... Whoa, that is weird. Okay, redumper is starting to get on my nerves now. All right, come on. You can't do that. For the record, that is not a standards compliant way of utilizing a bin queue. You cannot put a second session in the queue like that. That's not how that works. For giggles, I'm gonna mount it. I want to see what happens. So, watch it works. No way. What? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was like that. Hold on here. Well, that's intriguing. Yeah, so this is the workaround that I was kind of talking about. This adjusts the LBA stuff. So because they have it in the queue, the same queue sheet, I guess, so far in, uh, yeah. Wow. How does this even work? GCD emu. This is what I use for mounting disk images in Linux. All right, so I don't know how to explain what this just did for the layperson who doesn't understand how horrible CDs are. Uh, what it just did was tantamount to magic, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, dang, that's nuts. Yeah, so this is the fancy part of this particular disc. It has real player tracks on the data track, so you can have extra music. Oh, there's things I can't. Okay. Um, it shouldn't work, but it does. Yeah. In simpler terms, imagine you lived in a neighborhood, all right, that you have a road and everyone's got their mailboxes along the road, okay? So you live there. Your mailbox is mailbox number 13, let's say, okay? So there are 12 houses in front of you on the road. Later on, you get a knock on the door. A construction worker says, we've got to build a bypass, okay? And they say, we're not going to knock down your house. We're just going to knock down the 12 houses in front of you. You're cool, no problems, okay? So what ends up happening is the other 12 houses are all, they're gone, all right? And then you're left with house number 12. But now imagine the mail people are idiots, all right? And they know that there aren't, or there aren't, your mail number is still 13. There aren't the other 12 houses. So they pretend your house is 1. So they'll go and they'll look for house number 1, and then it doesn't exist anymore. So your house no longer gets your mail because the other data is gone. That's what it is. At the end of the disk is a house number 13. These houses normally aren't there when you try and look for this data. And then it's waiting to try and get past this and it can't. Or it's looking to get past all of this and it can't. This is a really weird way of handling this. I've never seen this before. These are comments, by the way. They aren't actually indicating anything. So I think what we've got here, track 13 is just lead out data, or also contains the lead out data for that session. And then they're saying maybe it also contains the lead in data. How does this work? Well, I get that, Yin. It's not actually merged sessions per se. They're all just there. This is really weird. I don't like this, but it works, so I can't exactly complain. Hmm. Yeah, I do get that, Yin. That part, yeah. Which is again the hypothesis for how you could get these ISO sections to work. All right, here's the thing that's really weirding me out. Why is it? Why is GCD Emu treating it as 2 sessions? Is this a pseudo standard? Because it is showing up as 2 separate disks here. This is the audio disc. It's going to look like a data disc. It's not. It's an audio disc. Oh, there is CD data somewhere. Interesting. Because if it was just a single merge session, we wouldn't get 2 disks. We would get 1, and then there'd be a data track at the end, and it wouldn't actually show that. It is specifically interpreting it as 2 sessions. It is a pseudo standard. So Skull, no, this works differently. A lot of PC software uses that same method as well as PlayStation discs, so it's not uncommon. This is different. This is what is known as a Blue Book disc. It's more like you had a CDR that you wrote regular audio tracks to, but didn't fill the disc, and then you added more data to the CDR that was just for a computer, and then you went and played that. It would play in your regular car as like a CD audio disc, and it would ignore the last part. But then when you put it in a computer, it would only see the new data. Richard, if I have a 86 box set up right now, I will try it. I don't think I do on this computer, unfortunately. I do on my laptop. It'd just be slightly difficult to send this anywhere. I think that's worth knowing. I don't know of any PC software that actually used a multi-session, but I could see it. Involving a game. What game used multiple sessions, actually? I would love to know that. So that I can go on eBay. Because I'm horrible. You know, I was going to copy 86 box to that computer, but actually I think I should copy the data to this laptop because that computer sucks compared to this laptop. It's not even close. Yeah, so Paul Guy, that is the normal standard way that mixed mode discs work. That's what you're thinking of. Blue Book is different. It puts the data after to try and fix some of the issues that mixed mode discs introduced, because mixed mode was terrible. Mixed mode was also not meant for a true hybrid multimedia experience. It was just for like specific systems. Yeah. I think I even recently recompiled 86 box on this computer, so I can even. Is it still working on Americana? I didn't even think about that. Hold on, how's it handling Americana right now? Okay, it is ripping it. Man, it's slow. Jeez. I don't think that one's going at 24x. No, yeah, that's going way, way slower. Maybe there's a lot of errors or something. Yeah. Age of Empires is mixed mode, not Blue Book. Not multi-session. That one's not quite the same. This is the Windows one. Oh well. Let's just put it on there. Paste. Check the report up. Carnivore. 2 data tracks. Never heard of that. Plural, maybe? 1998? Okay. Interesting. Man, it doesn't look like a horrible game either. Looks like a pretty bog standard. God, this almost looks familiar, actually. I mean, it also just looks like every single 3D map game. I don't know. This feels like one of those ones that's either going to be 15 bucks because no one wants it, or it's going to be $150 because some YouTuber made a video about it. Guess which one. Oh, actually, I think it may not be that bad. Box copies do seem to be selling for reasonable amounts. It's just there's people asking stupid amounts. Wow, there are so many of them. There's Carnivores 2, Carnivores Ice Age, Carnivores Cityscape. What is this? It's a queue contents. Yeah, you can post links. That's not a problem. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this save search. I'm not gonna remember why I want that. But I will try and get that. When am I making a video on this game? When have I ever made a video on any game? That isn't Hydro Thunder, because let's be real, that was more about the hardware. I caught you all first. Americana still go. Oh, wait, I can eject this. Try it out. Zork? I didn't make a video about Zork. Yeah, Pordizo, that's why they brought it up. Because 86 box was recently-ish updated. I don't know when. To try and accommodate that. I thought I put it in the desktop. Where did I put it? Oh no, I just put it in my user folder. Okay. All right. Home. VM. TriStar. Okay, one moment here. Windows version, I got no idea.
247 gifted a tier 1 S up to MP60893. This is their first gift sub in the channel. End of line.
Oh, that's not updating over there. But Gpin, thank you for the gifted sub there. I appreciate that. All right. August 25th. Okay, I should have pulled that already, depending on when that was fixed. August 25th. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, me and O'Battler both here. But not on YouTube. Oh. Oh. I didn't realize you were over there. Okay. I don't know if that's something I can change. I can look into that. Um, hmm. Stream settings. Not currently. It looks like there might be a moderation. Oh, it might use the exact same moderation settings as like comments and stuff, which I probably don't want to change because that gets real bad real fast. No problem. You're on Twitch now. All right, I appreciate that. Getting that link. Okay. Or appreciate you trying. Okay. I've got the stuff here. Okay. Just one moment. All right. Oh, I don't have a. I haven't set up a Windows 98 machine since the VM Manager came out. I don't know how to port a setup for that. Use existing configuration. Okay, this will work. Load configuration from file. Okay, here we go. Home, VM, TriStar, 86 box CFG. Next, system name, TriStar. Okay, finish. Hard disk. Okay, this. Well, we'll find out. Let me try and run this. See if I need to update like relative links and stuff. All right. Front command line with the P option pointed towards VM path. Oh, well, I figured I had to import the. Okay, that didn't quite work. I figured out how to import the configuration settings, so I think I'm going to get this to work. Let me have a moment to point it at the correct location for the hard drive, and then I think it's the only file path that needs to be fixed. Oh, it automatically deleted the one that doesn't exist anymore. Okay. Home VM TriStar HDD.image. Okay, now it'll probably boot. Overheats. That's going to be my laptop because my knees are blocking all of the vents here. Wow, I didn't realize you couldn't even see that I had the laptop on my lap. Here, let me just do this. Missing operating system. That doesn't seem good. Oh, Well, that's curious. Question. Is it possible that the way 86 box accesses the hard drive image has changed? Because I'm getting missing operating system here on a hard drive where if I go to the other machine, I suspect it'll just work. Let me try. Yeah, so if I go home, VM, no, videos, VM, TriStar, and then I run the local copy I have in this folder of 86 box, or not. Error while loading shared libraries, libmidi. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird. Wrong CHS. I don't know. I let it automatically determine it based on the size. The only reason I say that is because I recently imaged a hard drive of a computer with Linspire on it, a Linux operating system, and when I tried to boot that, it gives me a grub error 17 here, which apparently means that the operating system is at the wrong location, and I saw that on here too. So I was a little confused on that. I thought my image might have been bad, but now I'm wondering if something's changed. Can't really edit it without re-adding. Okay. Well, let me try. I can remove it. That's not a problem. Hard disks. And then... Sorry, I'm shooting off screen here. I wasn't exactly anticipating doing this, but... so existing, specify. This is a dump of a real hard drive. So it is 204 megabytes. Size and stuff that is automatically calculated based off of the image size, which I don't remember needing to modify before. Fire phone, this is 86 bucks. I have a whole video about it on my YouTube channel. Highly recommend you look at that to understand exactly what it is. All right, so I add that. Storage controller is just internal device for IDE on an Asus P55 motherboard. And then start. Of real HD is uncharted territory for us in the dev team. Interesting, because that's what I've used it mostly for, actually. All right. Let me try a different hard disk image just to see. So I'm going to remove this one, add in a different existing one. VM. Let's try Win98. That's a VHD. I don't want that. Thought I had a backup of the Tiny Pentium hard drive on here. Maybe not. VMs, Tiny Pentium. No, I may have deleted it because it was enormous. I mean, 40 gigs isn't that bad, but it was a little bad. Enable LBA selectively based on image size. LBA being dumb, okay. Is there a way to force LBA? Might be something with the controller. So I'm just going to pick a PCI IDE controller. No, that doesn't have any configuration options. PCXT IDE controller. No. Try whatever dual channel PCI is. See what that does. So the other one is a 40 gig hard drive image from Linspire. So that one probably shouldn't work the same. All right, well, I'll put a pin in this because I don't have a functional machine right now. I don't really want to install Windows 98 just for this test at the moment. $86 has the best feature of all time, which is the ability to mount a folder as an optical disc, which lets you just dynamically add files to a folder and then remount it as an ISO, and it works incredibly well. Yeah, I didn't even occur to me to try a multi-session disk in that because I didn't know that that was a pseudo standard. Like a battler said in the comment there. You wrote that feature? All right. Well, I appreciate you doing that. That's a yeah. I need to figure out
BCF84 has
what's going on.
subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 41 months, currently on a 41-month streak. End of line.
BCF, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 41. I think it was that 41 months there. I appreciate that. Recent update as a 5.0 unreadable locked files throw CRC error on the drive. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like if you have when mounting a folder. Oh. Okay. Oh, are you saying you wrote the CD emulation folder or folder emulation feature? Sorry. Too many talking about too many things. Because that was a like awesome feature. Folder mounting, yeah, that's an incredible feature. Super good. Excellent job on that. I think that might be one of my most favorite emulation features that's just like, this is obvious it should have been there the whole time. Like, too helpful. All right. Yeah, I'll have to come back to this. Like, I've a lot of people ask for read write. Yeah, no. Like, you would have to emulate like a rewritable CD, and then your operating system would have to support that. That would be a nightmare. Yeah. I don't think that's worth trying to do. I don't know if they understand how lucky they should feel that they're able to get files into the VM that easily. All right. Zip MO for read write virtualizing file system not worth pursuing. Yeah. And the other thing is though with that, you can read write to get it into the image, but you can't like dynamically read and write that file outside of the program at the same time. What they want is they want a network share. They want networking, but they don't want to have to do networking. That's what they want. Because if you really want that, just add the NE 2000 driver, set up FTP, and just be on your way. That might be a way to do it. I don't know. For me, that would be the kind of feature where unless I had like an epiphany on how to implement it, I just wouldn't even bother. Because it's not, there's so many other ways that are better. Like I said, the networking, that just solves all of the problems. Okay. The next problem, speaking of which, is this. So, we get through Media Reader. Oh, Blue Book stuff solved. Now, oh my gosh, it's still ripping Americana. I didn't even notice. Ouch. Yeah, Richard, I think the best option would just be, it might be something like MTCP, where it's a modern program that implements old network standards. It might just be best to try and get something like that running on modern Windows. So, Yin, I don't believe so. It's not about doing spooky memory management manipulation like that, though. It's different. This is insane. I can't believe it's still going. Well, Patrick, it's more about the file sharing protocol, I think, than anything else. So, like what Richard was saying with SMB1, they're talking about Samba. I would say use FTP. FTP is a little more forgiving. Clients aren't as ubiquitous, but you could probably run the FileZilla FTP server without too much effort. And then run the Mike Brutman MFTP in whatever client easily enough. DOS up to Windows 98. It will all work. I find the middle click escape for mouse stuff to be good enough, personally. Dude, like, I don't know if you saw my video on the mouse systems mouse. I was so excited that 86 box supported PC mouse that I was able to test all of my setup for that video before I ever once plugged in my original PC mouse into a computer. What was it? It's like, I don't remember, mouse systems. That's it. It was like, that was so cool. So it's like a totally different mindset for how all of that stuff works on that computer in 86 box. It's not a problem. It's just you got to have different expectations. Basically, you ordered on a weird port. Yeah, I think that's what mine was. Unless that's a different one, because mine was the ISA mouse systems mouse. No, Floofderp, you just press middle mouse button to release the mouse cursor from 86 box. You can also press Control End. But I'm saying, you know, if say this window here was the 86 box window and your cursor was stuck, you don't even have to move your hand off the mouse. You just press the middle mouse button and then you're free to leave. I find that that's perfectly acceptable because middle mouse is mostly useless in Windows 98. If you had a scroll wheel at all, you were lucky. Even on my real Windows 98 machines, the scroll wheel doesn't even work most of the time. So it's having middle click be a functional button in there doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, yeah, most people are probably using laptops or something that have the stupid, idiotic, moron touchpad where you can't feel where middle click is. Okay. I can see that being an issue. Okay. Yeah, we're calling Blue Book done. This solved Blue Book over here in these drives. Okay. Let's close that. Scroll wheels, yeah. Why is there Duolingo Twitch drop? Is that on my channel too? I have no idea. I saw that on someone else's channel that was not playing Duolingo either, so they probably just paid Amazon a lot of money. Three finger tap? I don't know. I don't do that. I bring my hand down to the bottom of the touchpad and poke the different sides. Middle mouse does technically work, but it is unreliable. I keep thinking to myself, I'm going to put like Braille bump stickers on there so that I know exactly where to press, and then I keep forgetting to do it. He was using Minesweeper. Pretty sure right click did the same thing. Left mouse plus my right mouse, actually. I'm confused. What other action is there from dig versus cycle through flag question mark and no mark? The same thing as hitting both at the same time. Okay, I don't know what that does. porting. Well, okay, I get that, but like, what does in game? What action does that perform? I mean, yeah, but no one's doing that in a virtual machine. Okay. I mean, maybe someone's trying to do that kind of stuff. I don't know. Clears all non-flag tiles around the click. Oh, okay. I guess if you're some weirdo speedrunning Minesweeper, that's probably useful. Did you just fake that screenshot, Portizo? Because isn't that like it doesn't work? It's like that's impossible, isn't it? This is in the process. I don't know. I give up. Doesn't matter. Anyway, let's fix the software. Okay. So we do the rip. The problem happens when we try to eject. If controller is not none, we aren't. This is something I added yesterday that I'm not convinced we actually want. So, because I did some debugging this morning, and when it gets to this, it prints something somewhere. Or was it Media Manager? Manager. Yeah, here we go. So, eject media type. Okay, so I print match type ID. All right. What ended up happening is it matched CDRDAO, and CDRDAO is not configured with the controller because here we load media type and then we set the controller for that media type. Now, this is a bigger problem because apparently we are copying a reference to this existing object instead of initializing a new instance, which I don't really like, but I'm going to mark this as a to-do problem. Actually, we'll do this. To-do. Actually, maybe I should put it down here. Wait, where is it? Not, it's not returning the media manager type thing? What now? Hold on. Media match, controller, return, no handler sound, load. Oh. Well, that's why. Okay, well, this is fine. I'm less concerned about that, actually. That's not a problem. Okay, we're just abusing that media type for loading and unloading. Okay, that's totally fine. So we're probably still matching CDRDAO on the load unload. It just didn't matter because we are setting the controller. So I mean, do I just do that? Check media type, media reader. So I will have controller here. I think I just do this. I don't really like it, but it'll probably be fine. Controller's not rip Q drives. Okay. I think what I should do is I should grab if controller not none. It doesn't exist anywhere. Actually, no, that's fine. We can just have controller be none as an optional one. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. I think that's fine. All right. I'm going to kill this. I'm going to restart it. Trying to remember which disc rips fastest. I can't remember if Foo Fighters or Lego. I think Lego rips really fast because it's only like 300 megabytes total for the Scram. Okay, output. We don't have a test, so let me make a test. All right. Test. So this will probably eject the disk. So we still have curvature of space mounted. Whoops. Let's go ahead and unload that. Clickety click click. Okay. Oh no, I put in factory showroom, not Lego. Drat. Okay. Well, that takes a lot longer to rip. That's unfortunate. Cool. Where's the Lego disc at? There it is. I'm an idiot. Okay, fun. Hey, that's why I wanted CDs to be photographed as they go in. Makes it easier to tell stuff. So factory showroom has a similar problem where when a Music Brains request is made, it takes forever. I can only assume it's because of the pre-gap track, making the disk ID calculation weird. So, yeah, this one always takes forever. It doesn't take as long as the Blue Book discs did, though. Those were ridiculous. I'm going to start putting the discs back in their cases, though. That way I can stop making mistakes. No, it's not going to take ages. It's not as bad as the other ones. It's just not as fast. Oh, by the way, I ripped a safe disk with this. I don't remember if we did this on stream. Actually, I think we did. Rips so fast. It's crazy. All right, should be going. Yeah, it should start ripping it now. It won't be that bad. So we got the Music Brains. That was slow for, you know, a normal disc. Not actually that bad for, you know, a Blue Book. Blue Books are just stupid. Oh, did we get CD text in the bin queue in Americana? We didn't check that. Was it still ripping Americana? Oh my gosh, I forgot. Good grief. Okay, I apparently killed that. Whatever. I don't even feel bad. I don't know why that was going to take an hour. Maybe Music Brains after the rip? Why? Before or after? It doesn't really matter. It's all going to take linear time. It can't happen during because they both use the disk. Does the safe disk rip actually work afterwards? Looks it to me. I mean, it's not defeating DRM. That's different from being able to rip it. This is the media type that takes like 3 hours to rip using Aru because of all of the errors in it. I'm just saying, we got the data and it didn't take forever. It ripped in a very, very reasonable amount of time. Here, we can look. Flight Sim 2000. Start ripping at 54 minutes, ended ripping at 58 minutes. No, wait, never mind. Started ripping at 4 minutes, finished ripping in... It ripped in 5 minutes. Getting data is the easy part. It's really not, though. We did this with Sim Theme Park. It was horrible. Yeah, no, this is not defeating DRM. That's a completely different part of the equation. This is never going to automatically identify and strip out DRM. That's different problem. Are we ripping Factory Showroom yet? Yes, yes we are. Okay. It is medium speed. All we're looking for is for it to eject the disk after. I already have a rip of Factory Showroom right here, so I know that it can do it. You just stripped it out. You want to keep it in. Why? If you defeat the DRM, then it doesn't matter. As for archival purposes, yes. Keeping it in is what I mean. Well, the scram data will have that kept in. So here, let me go back to this. Log, the log for redump. Okay, so this identifies errors in the output. So we have 805 C2 errors. They should be contained in the scram data. But what it also knows is it checks against the redump database here, and their errors in the database are 805 as well. Game works with the image. I have no idea. You guys are asking different things that I don't think... I think we're missing what we're saying here. Because I'm saying no bin queue image ever. No way that you can actually mount and read the data for a safe disk game is ever going to work without defeating the DRM. Ever. Not going to happen. Never, ever, ever. Okay, let's just do that. The only way it's going to work is if you defeat the DRM by patching the executable. That's it. There's no other way around it. I think we are at a point where stuff like 86box is more likely to support loading the scram data directly here into the emulator, and then you can play it in that, than we are to be able to mount the scram data in something like Linux and read it directly and have it work that way. But the problem with the scram data is the same problem as the ARU data. Someone else is actually going to have to start utilizing this data in other projects. And I don't know if Richard's still here. This is not me trying to push you guys to support this, because I don't know who's going to win redump, ARU. There's too many projects out there, which is another one of the problems. So I don't know what the answer is. It's all a pain in the butt. Okay, is it going to eject it? Drum roll. The answer is no, it's not. It would have done it already. Okay, well, that's annoying. Why didn't that work? Okay, match GDR-DAO, optical eject. Well, that means that it's not using the other eject. Oh, great. Okay, fine. Didn't even know this format existed. I'll tell Battler, our CD-ROM guy. All right. So, Richard, are you aware of ARU as well? Because, oh gosh, C preservation. So there are two main optical media preservation projects that I'm aware of. One is Redump. Redump is different because they're also building a database of information about media. As far as I'm aware, they don't store any of the actual data from the discs on their server, so they're not like an ultimate archive pirate site, because that's how they would be viewed. They just have metadata about the discs. So that's what Redump's goal is. ARU is, well, that's part of their goal. The other part is they create the Redumper software. So this is the Redumper software. This rips CDs using lower level SCSI commands with the drives to get more metadata from the discs. So for example, let me go grab something really quick. This is a karaoke CD. This contains graphic data in a standard audio CD. It's encoded in subchannel data that normally you don't get when you just rip as a bin queue. As far as I'm aware, there is no PC software in existence that can actually utilize something like this, but these programs do try to capture that for posterity reasons. So here's the subcode data from the flight sim disk as an example. So they're trying to capture more information from CDs that we don't normally capture. It would be awesome if one of the emulators, like 86box, could support this kind of stuff, because this is ultimately what we're going to have to save to be able to fully preserve CDs, but it is not going to be easy to use as far as I'm aware. So, I don't know. Aru has very similar stuff as well. I bounced off Aru hard when I last tried it, so I'm not really having a great time with Redump either, but I firmware flashed my drives for it, so I'm kind of stuck now. So it's a whole big pain in the butt. The other thing, Richard, I don't know, I feel like this might be maybe more important. Are you aware of the grease weasel and flux imaging of floppy disks? Because I feel like supporting any of the flux level floppy formats would be really good, maybe more helpful than the CD stuff. I mean, the CD stuff would be nice, but all that's kind of more the higher end PC stuff that 86box is going to have a lot harder time emulating, so it's not, I don't know. But the Flux stuff would be really cool. Actually, what I would really love to see is 86box just be able to directly interface with the Grease Weasel. I think that would be insane. That would be so cool. That's my dream add-on. Flux images or real hardware. We get recurring requests to be able to connect to the real hardware. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I think, yeah, being able to connect to the real hardware would be so cool. But being able to read the Flux images directly also would be really helpful. Because, like, here, let me give you an example. Archive.org. Uploads. So you'll be able to find this here. Because I have this uploaded. So here is Microsoft Adventure for PC. It uses a very non-standard Flux layout for copy protection. You have to use a patched version of the game. You can't just rip a floppy and then play it. So this is an example of where this would be beneficial. I think I have another one up here that's a similar situation, Sublogic Jet. If I don't have it up here, I could provide that if needed. It looks like I may not have it up here. Sublogic Jet has a standard first track, but then all of the other tracks have 5 sectors. And they're enormous sectors. And yeah, it uses that for copy. Also, it's a booter. So you can't even just patch the executable easily and then run it in DOS because it's a booter game. So being able to load Flux directly would be beneficial. When do we get Flux images as CED media? Never, because they're acoustic. What's the point here? Circumventing effective copy protection method is not permitted. Well, I mean, yeah. No problem, MB. It is important. Yeah, so the Watcher, the United States is the same. It's really weird. In the United States, you are allowed to make backups of media for your own use, all right? So I own this CD, and I'm afraid that someday this CD is going to stop working. I can make a copy of this CD and keep it so that what I paid for, I am still able to use, even if the original media failed. You can kind of think of it as like a backup. Backup. You can think of it as insurance of a production defect of the original, or maybe the whole MP3 era in the United States kind of solidified that you were allowed to rip your own CDs to MP3s to use on your portable portable media player. So that was a thing. But there's a carve out in the United States DMCA legislation that basically says if they ask you not to do it, you're not allowed to. Because you're not allowed to defeat copy protection. So that gets into a whole other area, though, that's kind of a pain in the butt that I don't really want to deal with, because not all copy protection is good enough to even tell that there is copy protection on something. So, yeah. It is entirely possible to defeat copy protection without even realizing you're doing it. You also have to pay fees on hard drives and USBs in the US too. Yeah, because of that stuff. Here's the thing. If we are, which I'm pretty sure we're not, we have no idea because our taxes and laws and stuff are so insane, no one bothers trying to read that stuff. So you just go into the hard drive store, you give them your credit card, and then they give you a hard drive. What if you just copy the bits as is, including copy protection? See, that's where it gets fun. I don't have answers. Well, that's the question. You're not allowed to circumvent effective copy protection. At what point does copy protection become ineffective? If someone cracks it and the software is out there to be able to defeat it in a millisecond, is it considered effective still? All right, why didn't it eject? So it matched CDR-DAO. Oh, I think I didn't tell it to use the controller. That's my fault. Okay, let's rip Lego. I gotta restart this. I put Lego in already. Okay. F5. Lego. Test. Go. This should go a lot faster. Something, do the right thing. Morals and laws are not always equivalent. Oh, that's fun. So that didn't go in the tray correctly. And it went in the tray incorrectly because it's too far this way. There's nothing I can do about that. That was where I was saying these new trays stick out the perfect amount to where this arm goes totally 90 degrees so that the hub clamp is farther over. Don't put like a CD chances for CDs only. You know what? Hellicroft's right. Is word effective included in legalese? I don't know. It's apparently German laws, so I definitely don't know. Remember about bad audio copy protection stopped working. Windows read a disk, didn't affect Linux or DOS. Thus, not using Windows was defeating it. Yeah, see, that's the thing. The Sony rootkits on the UMD or UMG CDs or whatever, you know, if you're not running Windows, you're never going to see that, and it's not going to stop you. That's why I say you can defeat copy protection without even realizing it. What if, before Macrovision, you were copying VHS for home backup by filming a CRT with your 8mm camera? After Macrovision came out, you continued to do the same thing. You never even knew Macrovision existed. Flux physical metadata, same as land and pit on the CD. I don't know what you mean by flux physical. It's all encoded in the pits and lands. There is no secondary data source. Yeah, yin, see? I actually went out of my way and I have found a VHS that has Macrovision on it. At some point, I need to try ripping it, but I need to get the whole VHS decode Doomsday Duplicator setup modded onto one of my VCRs. Then I apparently missed some chats. Can mount my properly ripped Red Alert 2, Safe Disk, Demon Tools. The game thinks it's original CD without any cracked CDs ripped. Ah, hey, there we go. Saying is because I believe archival copies should not be altered from the original form. I agree. That's why the Scram data would be considered the archival copy. The bin queue would be considered the working copy. That's how I view it. So flux from a floppy disk should always be left intact. But your implementation of re-encoding it to a IMG file might change.
200. Hacking the planet by your command.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Can't wait for that video. Yeah, I'm actually talking with one of the people who's working on the hardware side. It looks like it's getting close to done. I need to respond back to them. I'm really bad about that. Yeah, I need to pull out my enterprise grade VCR again and take another look at it. So, do we have any way to decode Scram data yet? Yeah, so that's a fun thing. I don't know how to reprocess the redump data to get the bin queue from the Scram. I'm going to delete the Americana because it didn't finish. So I don't know how to, like, let's say I emailed you the Scram file. I don't know if you could do anything with it. Like, maybe I emailed you everything but the bin queue. I don't know if there's anything you can do with that. Because I don't see a way in the redumper parameters to rerun a decode step. Okay, it's trying to re-rip the disk. I don't want it to do that. Wait, is there a disk in there somewhere? What was it trying to read? Oh, it was trying to read the mounted bin queue. Yeah, so as far as I'm aware here, none of these parameters, disk, dump, extra, refine, not the same. This basically just re-rips the disk and rechecks stuff. Verify, same thing. DVD key, I don't know. We've never actually ripped a DVD. Let me go grab one. We'll do that next. Now that we fixed all the problems. Actually, let me git commit the stuff. Git status. Modified manager. I do not. Yeah. Okay. Git commit asham fix issues related to adding redumper git push origin web. Okay. ISO key protection split generate bin queue tracks. Oh, okay, so that might do it. Let's do that. Hold on, I want to test that very badly. I'm just gonna copy this folder, Lego split. We're gonna go into the bin queue folder. I'm gonna delete the existing bin queues. I'm gonna take redumper here, split, and then star.scram and see what it does. Command already provided. Yes. Or do I just run split? Image name not provided. Okay. Command already provided. No, so it works like Git, redumper, command, options. So it should be redumper, split. I don't know what it's force split. I don't know what it takes. Maybe the README has information. I don't know. The README hasn't been amazing so far. And I don't know the Watcher. There isn't that much legal action on terms of individual archivers. And I'm not sharing this stuff, so I don't think anyone actually cares. Okay. This will force generation of track split with track errors just because you really want to see an experiment with unscrambled tracks. What? Do I have to specify an image name? Is that it? I think you don't put analyzing. Okay. Curious. Oh, okay. All right. I'm happy with that. I like that. That's really good. That's extra good because that means that it will, if there are improvements to the software later, you can rerun this on your existing RIPs. Yeah, that's super good. Okay. I'm happy with that. All right. Split options. Leave unchanged. Don't replace erroneous sectors. Force QTalk. Okay, that. Trim each ISO 9660 track for PVD volumes. Useful. Okay. I was kind of hoping there was a don't actually split the tracks into separate tracks. Did that preserve the scram stuff, though? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh my god. Are you going back on the safe disk stuff? Again, that will literally never be in a bin queue. Ever. Yeah, Philip. Just noticing big size disparity. Yeah, so Scram contains more data than this. I'm pretty sure this contains... Oh, can we get the subcode back? We may not be able... Oh, wait, no. I don't believe subcode is in Scram. It's possible. I don't know this for sure. CD data parity. I don't remember. No, I don't want to bookmark. Are CDs in here? No. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to compact disc. I don't remember how many parity bits there are in a CD. I wonder if that could have all of the parity bits. I don't think I've ever had any bit rot. Integrity. Blah, 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 blah. Parity. Why does that word not appear on here? Jeez. It's possible that this includes the pre-parity bit data. Okay, this is it. You'll be forwarding suggestions about Flex images and Scram. All right. It will be interesting. Again, I don't know what you can do with the Scram, but it could be something. But see ya. Yeah, I don't remember what the
Resource subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 43 months, currently on a 43-month streak. And says hello everyone. End of line.
Green Source, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 43 months. I appreciate that. That's a long time. But yeah, it may contain the entire thing. I don't know. Might also contain overreading. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm really happy that we were able to re-extract the bin queue from the scram. DVD. We haven't ripped a DVD yet. Let's do that. I'm going to grab 2 different kinds of DVDs. I have a PC, UDF, what you call it. Do I not have a DVD movie here? I may not. I have a... It's not UDF. It's ISO 9660. But I'm curious how it'll read it. So this is The Godfather, a game that is way better than it has any right to be. I forget that it's a movie. It is the game based off of the movie. It's just the game to me, because the game is so good. 2 different types of round ones and square ones, yeah. All right, so Godfather game. Let's rip this. Never ripped a DVD with redump. No idea how this is going to go. You run the split command, leave unchanged. See if that changes the bin queue size. What does that supposedly do? Don't replace erroneous sectors with generated ones. I suspect that will... I'm going to guess that's like a grease weasel thing where there's bad flux data. It's just going to put bad sector in there. Oh, oopsie. I don't have it set to use redump for DVDs. So this is running DD Rescue right now. Good news. DD Rescue still works with this firmware. All right, we'll rerun this in a second. Wait, file doesn't exist? Something about subcode. Oh, I got 2 dump files. Oh, the subcode is... What the heck does it use a subcode for? Is it re-extracting the table of contents from the subcode? I guess. Okay, I'm pretty sure it just rewrote the bin. Yeah, same exact size, which I figured. Checksum's going to be the real deal. That was a clean rip, so checksum's probably going to be the same. Yeah, it is the same. So no change with leave unchanged. There you go. This is taking longer than I would have guessed. All right, let's How do I want to handle this? There's a reason I haven't yeah. So Matrox, I renamed the bin file to bin normal for the first one, so it rewrote this bin just now. The queue I didn't change because I figured that would be identical. So yeah, we have two files there. Okay, here's the thing. My options are... Oh, how do I want to do this? Do I just... It's nice to have that working again. Feels good. Okay, here's the thing. I have redump already wrapped for CDs here. You know what? We should probably just make a separate DVD redumper implementation, I think. I don't think it's a good idea to do anything else. DVD underscore redumper dot py. Not. Jeez. Okay. Close file. The reason to do this is because the CD one has stuff hard-coded, outputs, BinQ, Music Brains data, all that fun jazz. The DVD one is different. Yeah. So we should probably start with this and then just convert it to redump. I don't think we're going to need any of that. So basically, I'm just going to take the redump command stuff, yoink, and then just put that where the DD rescue stuff is. And we don't know how to not re-rip because that's a whole thing. We're eventually going to have to specify image name because, yeah, it's going to be weird. Needed the robot with 20 drives? Oh, gosh. Okay, I think that'll work, but I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to set the handler ID. Gosh. So many landmines! Okay. These have to be different. That has to be different, which means this has to be different. Or does it have to be different? I don't know. I'm not going to mess with it. Okay, I believe I can just change this and that. And now we'll use... No, we won't, because we don't have the other thing loaded here. So many things to keep track of. Okay, would that do it? I don't know. Let's find out. I don't really want to think. I want to error debug. Okay. Wait, I didn't take a picture of it. I guess I never added the picture stuff to DVDs. It is there. I just didn't implement it on the web interface. That's hilarious. Something's broken. Because we're not getting the configuration options now. Why? Okay, this is not defined. Did you mean other thing? Oh, you know what would help? It would be really smart if I imported the file. That would do a lot. Okay. F5. Look! Options! Yay! Okay. Alright. GF, redump, start rip, and we'll see what happens. No, I didn't really do anything, Flare Spire. If it's gonna do something weird, it's about to do it right now. That looks like it's using DD Rescue again. Why? Save the settings file. Okay. Handler IDs, because the other one doesn't have a handler ID set. Is that why? I think it might be. DVD DD Rescue. And I think I need to set the default handler for DVD to that. Mike seems to be muting and unmuting. Has anyone else experienced anything like that happening? If so, let me know. I'm talking for longer. Okay, no offense, I had a feeling. This new mic setup seems like it's been pretty solid so far. As frustrating as the digital side is, but at least it's float. when I need it. Although battery life may not be great. Let's see. We are an hour and a half away. We are still green light. And Jeff 2 redump. And go. Ugh. The part that you guys can't see here is that I have this full of CDRs so that it doesn't take as long for it to reach down to grab the disc. We're saving like 10 seconds per disc change by doing that. Okay. Oh, that's my fault. Hey, it actually loaded the redump stuff this time, though, so... Okay, progress. There's some that says bin somewhere that I wasn't paying attention to. Yeah, that's it. Data files, ISO. Okay, that's probably the only thing that needs to be fixed. It's a sprung plate at the bottom of each bin. Man, that would have to be so... that would be hard. Ugh. All right, let's look up something real quick here. Yeah. Somehow I still haven't got a content match claim on the Tron floppy video. I tried to make it as short as possible. Okay. Implement throw. We tried desperately to implement throw. It did not work. It's not possible. Oh, if only. That would be so nice. Ah, there we go. Okay, so it does just dump to an ISO. That's it. Does it get anything extra out of it at all? Is there any reason to use redumper to dump an ISO or a DVD? More of lead out? Probably weird stuff like that, yeah. How is that gonna mess up the ISO though? Because it's the file system. That's what an ISO is. It is a file system image. Test to see how fast it is. Well, I'd let it finish the first one so we can compare. So the first one here ripped 24 to 28 in 40 seconds. So we can let this one finish and we'll get a comparison. While that's going. Hey. Let's see, how big was the first one? 3.2 gigs. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be slower. That's not necessarily bad, although I do have a suspicion that DD Rescue is gonna be better at it, but I don't know. Ben, at this point, I'm going to start padding the image so that all of them are as small as the one in the bottom tray. It's going to be the one use of AI in this project. It's going to synthesize more of the table and the background around it to make the image smaller. Gotta say, it is really nice having switched to these drives, though, because we get the whole disc in the shot. Just look at how much space there is at the bottom, though. These things stick out so far. It's hilarious. All right. Literally, it took the exact same amount of time to rip. How hard would it be to crop the images to square? It would be insanely easy. Ridiculously easy. It would be one additional line of code. So I'm guessing they're both ripping at 16x speed. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Ooh, let's do this. Properties. Checksum. MD5. Okay, that's redump. All right, DD Rescue. Properties. Checksum. MD5. Are they the same? So it should end in A83F. They're the same. Okay. Wouldn't that be a firmware controlled item though? 16x. The maximum speed of the drive is 16x. What I was saying is that the fact that they ripped at the exact same speed means that they are probably just ripping full throttle at what the drive can do. So there is no difference between DD Rescue and Redumper for DVDs, it seems. I don't know what the state thing is, or physical. It's probably just a thing of the drive. Yeah, what's in the extra files? I don't know. It's, yeah, I don't know. Binary data, binary data, binary data. So, yeah, it just seems like metadata. Like relative to not exactly the stuff. I don't know. Until you get encrypted ones, I don't know that I've ever encountered an encrypted DVD. Did we dump a Blu-ray with it already? I feel like we did. Pretty sure we did. I kind of want to do it just because we've never put a Blu-ray in the robot, and that seems hilarious. So let's just do that. Because then I can say I have ripped a Blu-ray with a robot. Oh wait, it's still not gonna work. There we go, Blu-ray right there. That is John Carpenter. Great movie, better book. It's whatever's in the output folder, Ben. This is not meant to be a preservation archive software. Because, good lord, can you imagine trying to, like, categorize that stuff? Sounds like a nightmare. Okay, so this currently doesn't do Blu-ray. Actually, I guess this is why we should put Blu-ray in here. I didn't even think about that. Right now, this says it's a Blu-ray. Get wrecked. So I think we should probably fix that. So somewhere around here, yeah, this one, BD, yeah, doesn't support it. Suppose you've ripped once you've ripped disk, you move the good dumps into your archives. That'll answer the have I ripped this question. Yes. Maybe want to pipe that to make MKV? Nah, that sounds like work. All right. How do we want to handle this? Because I suspect it's going to be identical to the DVD one. So let's just do this. Media, add file, BD, underscore, redump, her.py. All right. Then I'm going to go to DVD. I'm just going to Control A, Control V. Doubtful the redumper supports it. Want to bet? We're not thinking the same thing, so I'm going to be right. This is the safe disk disagreement all over again. Data output. You know, I actually have no idea. I think it might be an ISO, but I don't know for sure. Let's just go BD IMG for right now. That way nothing else thinks it can actually utilize it. Fair at your stream, which does tend to weight to me as being right slightly scale. Yeah, I read all the words up here correctly. They didn't come out of there correctly, but I knew what you typed. It's gone for a bit. Is the tray still not opening? No, the tray opened. The arm would not move the disc from the tray to one of the hoppers. We did get that result, though. What am I being notified of? Nothing that needs immediate action. I guess redumper will just take encrypted data, copy that to an ISO, which will be unusable. Exactly. There we go. Now you're on the same page. Warning. This is probably useless. Enjoy! Rip BD. Flare Spire, unlike Make MKV. Ooh, see, now Ben's thinking. We could save a lot of time by doing that. Reading from Dev Random's a lot faster. Looking for manager. That's what I want. Okay. See if this works. Just save the webcam picture as ISO. There's your disk image. Having tried to DD from Dev Random before, I'm not too sure of that. All right. Control F5. Oh, something didn't work. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. 47 in it. BD redumper. No, what did I mess up? Did I forget to... BD redumper. Did I not import it? I probably didn't. All right. BD test. Start rip. Don't forget image. Oh, good call. We can't have it work without that. That would be ridiculous. Picture will be the one useful thing here. Key error BD. Okay, that was different. Hold on. Handler ID. Okay. Type ID BD. Where did that happen? In manager line 108. It won't have gotten to the part where it can initialize the image. Might work after this on a refresh, though. Manager 108. Okay, config data, media handlers. Oh, I didn't add the, I didn't add it here. That's why. It's kind of a problem. I'll have to solve that later. Okay. BD test 2. It did move the disk to the drive. Let me pull it back out. Now for HD DVD. Yeah, I got bad news. I am never ever going to put a single second of effort into ripping HD DVDs. I have HD DVD drives that we could use. I have HD DVDs. I also know that every single HD DVD that ever existed was also released on Blu-ray, so there's no point. All right, finding disk type, BD, warning, this is probably useless. Enjoy. There we go. And it's ripping. Aw, yeah. All right, we can rip Blu-rays. Sure, there are no weird extras on HD DVD. There probably are, but HD DVD died so fast that they won't really have any excuses for having not just re-released the whole thing wholesale onto Blu-ray. So I would kind of doubt that there's anything that was really lost. Because it's too many syllables? No. Two things. One, only Sony's allowed to make new media formats. And two, Microsoft releasing it as a expansion add-on hardware package for the Xbox 360 killed it. It being built into PS3 was such a big benefit. If you weren't there and you weren't experiencing it, you won't understand. That was a huge deal. So that's what did it. Flare Spire, that sounds like a future Shelby problem. We're also not going to let this finish because it's going to be like 25 gigs and we're not going to be able to actually do anything with it. Unless we want to see it just drop the Blu-ray into the other bin, I don't see a reason to let it go. Yeah, 360 was way more popular than PS3. So that's why it would have made a big, massive difference. Very near future Shelby problem? No, it's not. You know how many unripped Blu-rays I have right now? I have no need for this to do Blu-ray. Yeah, Jefferson's got it. That is exactly the mindset that you had at that time. We are about 10% done with the disc right now. That's how long it's going to take. I don't think we're going to let this finish. What did we rip? The other thing? Oh, it was a PS3 game. It was a really small PS3 game at that. Question. Wasn't it possible to play that PS3 game after having ripped it, or was there something else that was weird? Like, was I able to just chuck that straight into RPCS3? Because that's the real reason to be able to do this. It's not movies. Screw movies. We haven't actually... We could see if this identifies it like that. I haven't gotten around to taking it home yet. So, PlayStation 3 game here. Ratchet and Clank. Oh, I probably didn't want to overwrite that, but whatever. Yeah. Okay. Compatible Blu-ray drive. Come on, give me my pretty picture of the disc. Yeah, look at it. Boom. Disc. Okay. Make decrypted copies of PS3 game disc suitable for use in emulators. Compatible Blu-ray drive and existence of matching disc key. Don't like that. This must have a decryption key, either in redump database. Okay. Put blah 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 blah. Start the dumper. Follow the on-screen instructions. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this PS4 looking interface? Okay, that's better. That looks worse. I like that. I guess Windows 11 looks like a PlayStation 4. I never realized that. All disk keys are known. Yeah. There wouldn't be a thing where if I took this and I squished it slightly, that would be relevant to that, would it? So I'm guessing I can't convert a previously ripped ISO using this. Does it have to have access to the original disk? I can convert an ISO? Okay. So this could be an extra step. Man, that one's ripping so much faster. What did I call the last thing? BD test 2. Give it encrypted ISO plus keys. It spits out unencrypted ISO. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Pfft. I'm not even going to bother integrating that into this then. That's easy. This does not need to bother with that. So this can handle PS3 games in my mind then. Yeah, I'm not going to bother adding PS3 game decrypting to this. That sounds like asking for trouble. If it's that trivial, then I'll just leave that up to the user for after the fact stuff. It says like something where you just copy out all of the ISO files and then run a trivial like one line or a bash script command thing and have them all solved. Yeah, that sounds like one of them things that I shouldn't open on camera. Yep. That's not something I want to distribute. Just like I wouldn't recommend opening the movie database keys list on there. Standard streaming disclaimer. Yeah. Insert respect your local copyright laws here. It's about done with this. It's about to eject the PlayStation 3 game. All right, so I think Hellencroft was saying these are UDF file systems. I kind of want to look. So this, I believe, is done. So file.iso. ISO's 9660 CD-ROM file system. Really? Wait, it is actually an ISO 9660? That's hilarious. Open the audio file? What audio file? You mean the ISO in VLC? Oh, is this where you were saying it contains audio or something? Should I mount it and then try and play it? I mean, it's not inside the ISO. I mean, we can just mount it. I don't know which one's the real one, though. I'm going to let it eject it first. Oh, it's waiting for John Carpenter. Not Carpenter, Carter. Because the stupid whole FIFO thing. So it needs this to finish first. What's this one? Is that UDF? File. Just data. Interesting. Yeah, it's probably the last one. So for the best. PS3 game update. PS3 game. SND AT3 open with Audacity. Well, that rocks. If only it was that easy to rip the entire music soundtrack. You guys sure this is encrypted? Ah. NPC Island? What? So PNG's not loading would definitely indicate they're encrypted. Need bank player. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. Ah, it's a shame. I was hoping there'd be more stuff. Really disappointed we can't play the video files. But again, I am not installing a bank video decoder. Pass. Ooh, we can update the PS3. Awesome. Why did it do that? Weird. FFmpeg does bank? Well, it's fine. Only icon 0 is unencrypted? Alright. Some sectors are encrypted. You won't see that in the file hierarchy? Okay. Top middle status color change looks like XHR manipulation in JS, or is it just F5 refresh? You fancy people with your like knowing things about web stuff. So there's just a timeout in JavaScript that runs in the background that does a fetch request on a JSON file that reads the status of the drives. The statuses have number values associated, and then it just sets them. So currently this one's set to yellow because it's indicating that it is in a hold. Green means that it's ripping. Gray means that it's idle. Red can't happen with this robot, but if we were doing this manually, it would blink red to indicate that you need to load the disk. I need to add a third row to this to have the alt text that shows up here as actual legible text, and I need to come up with icons. That all comes later as part of the Make Ben Not Sad update. So there's more work that has to be done here, but that's just the bare minimum functional to make sure that we can actually have this go. But no, that updates without having to hit F5. What from that key database site is there for Retro City Rampage DX for PS3? Retro. It is there. It says it's 287 megabytes. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, most worthless one ever. I'm not sure what you want from that. Peers and Briefly Kitchen offers thumbs up on the idea of that update. I know. I do want to do it. I am keeping it in mind. It's just that's a UI update. That's not relevant to getting the functionality implemented. Never knew there was a PS3 release of it. Ah, I didn't either. This is a little weird. That kind of predates the stuff like limited run games and things. Wonder how they did that. Release number seems kind of low. It was one of the original indie games. So, and they pushed real hard to get it made. So maybe they just shelled out some cash to do it. I don't know. Use macOS icons to make Ben sad. I got bad news. I'm going to make my own SVGs and embed those in it. Okay, I think we should kill the John Carter rip, because, like, there's no point in letting it finish. It's not like we're going to be able to do anything with it. I was kind of wanting to see how long it would take. The answer is much long, very bored. Although it's so close. It's not like it's a BDXL. All right, it's only got like 10%, 20% left. We're going to let it finish. I'm curious at this point. You can still order a copy. That would mean I would have to rip another PS3 game, though. I don't know. I don't think I need to own it on every platform. I'll live. I spent what's probably going to come out to like $80 on a CD that I didn't need already, just because it came in funny cardboard. $25, that's so fair. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute, where are they located? Because that 25 might be a 37. Flare Spire, there's no way to read that from a normal PC drive usually, so they can't do that on PC. Hold on. Chat thing kind of screwed with me. Talking about console games. Well, that did happen. There are PlayStation 1 games that do that, if I remember correctly. I keep meaning to look up what they are because I want to try and buy one, but yeah, I don't know. Ugh. Oh, that makes sense. They released it probably around the time they did do Shakedown Hawaii. Okay. Because, yeah, I remember them doing the 3DS release of that. I think that that's technically the last 3DS game. I think they were the last one to get approval from Nintendo to publish that. So that's, yeah, that explains that. I just don't know who this company is or where they are, or whether or not I'll have to pay tariffs. Interesting, though. $26 gigs. Come on, how much is there left? There can't be that much. I want my discs back. Funny cardboard for the win. Yeah. Expensive funny cardboard, but very cool. They're in Florida. All right. It's a 50 gig disc? Wait, I thought it was 25, 50, 100. What makes you say it's a 50 gig disc? It's not a 4K version. Are Blu-rays bigger than I thought? Again, I have never burnt a Blu-ray because it's always seemed like the dumbest idea ever. Ah, man. 100 is Blu-ray XL. Oh, so it's 50. So we're halfway done. All right, screw this. We're done. No more. We're out. If I knew approximately how big it would be, and like if it was going to be 35 gigs and I knew that, I would let it finish, but 2550 is normal BD. Okay, well that's what I thought. I thought it would end at 25. So what you're saying is it's dual layer. So if it crossed 25, that means that it's 50 then. Because that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, we're going to kill this. I'm going to clean up the output folder now. Because this is meant to be the, like, actually good output. You don't want any of the... No, we do want foo. That's not a weird test. I want 3. I don't want that one. I don't need that. I don't need that. There's no reason to keep that. Shouldn't keep that. Alright. Yeah, don't want test. Okay, I can delete everything else. That netted me back 40 gigs. Okay. All right. What's next? Handling the redump output correctly. That's what's next. Yeah, we still have the whole split bin queue problem to solve. That's right. We're just into redump being into a workable state with the Ripper now. It's also kind of cool to have done the bonus objective of being able to handle every media type basically now. Okay. It's never even occurred to me to rip PS4 games. There is literally one PS4 game to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about Blu-ray stuff. Unfortunately, the market decided physical media was dumb and Blu-ray just... There's a lot of movies on Blu-ray, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I also just don't care that much about movies. So, there's too many of them. They've lost their magic. Okay. Yeah, all right. So let me think about this. Blu-ray can be a lot of stuff. I think we just make Blu-ray not ISO, yeah, BD, IMG. We do this. So that'll be the output for Blu-ray. And then it's its own unique thing that nothing will be able to handle, so that's done. Optical media is not bad. CDs are, as much as I hate them, awesome. I love CDs. Clearly, I still buy them, even when I have to import them. Git, commit, actually, I need git, add, BD, redumper. Git commit dash am add Blu-ray raw image support video decoding will never be added. Git push origin web. 25 shipping? Ah, yeah, that sucks. Okay. So that's Blu-ray handled. Okay. So we got CD and DVD with redump. So DVD is actually a lot easier to work through. This might be the point at which I break and start manipulating output names. So redump generates its own output name if you do not specify one. That's how we end up with this. What are we looking at here? So we have 25, 10, 4. That's a horrible, awful, evil, stupid way of representing the date. That's... Are you telling me that one of the most pedantic archival historical preservation projects out there is using a 2-year date code? I'm not going to be here in 75 years, but if I was, I would be so ready to say, I told you so. All right. Then we have time, I'm assuming. So that is possible, but a little, nah, it's not easy, but it would be possible to predict. So I think we should specify an image name here. I think that needs to be sent. We will have the name for the project, so we can use that. That's the correct order, Yin, but not having the 20 in there is really dumb. That is a great motivation to get that old, yeah, right? Retirement home cloud connected AI servers where my consciousness has been uploaded. Elsewise, I don't mind it too much. I would just prefer it had some delineation between the uh, major factors. Yeah, Y2K38 is going to be way, way, way worse. Think about how exponentially many more computers there are now than there were in Y2K. Think of how many systems that were barely patched to be able to handle Y2K that still are going to have to be patched again to handle Y2K38. It's going to be fun. All right. Let me bring out Lego again, because that rips quickly. This is going to be my go-to fast rip CD, it seems. Half tempted to... thought I was using a clear disc. Evidently not. What was I going to say? There was something about words that I wanted to say. Nope, I don't know what I was going to say. Okay, we need to change the image name variable output for redump so that we can have it be something predictable. Basically, we want this to be true. Because what happens now when it goes to try and rip the ISO, it can't find the file, then it just crashes out. Which it's handling gracefully because I've written the software to do that because there were so many weird issues. And with the web interface and it being able to, churn through a bajillion disks in one go, needed to be able to do that. So it's been gracefully crashing when it gets to the next stage to handle ISOs. But that's a problem. So I think we just want to add this. And that'll probably handle it. So let's add this to DVD and CD. And then we'll try ripping Lego Racers, not Lego Island. We'll try ripping Lego Racers, and then it should, in theory, be able to do this. Although it just occurred to me that redump is outputting a subdirectory inside of this. No, it isn't. What was going on in the other thing? That was weird. Well, we'll investigate that later. Let's just do this. Oh, it's a bin queue. Sessions. Yeah, that's not how this one works. There is no talk either. So we can get rid of the session thing because that's not relevant anymore. And bin is not quite either. I think the queue will stay the same. But if we look at, say, this, we'll see that it's track like that. So the Q, okay. We need some globbing action. Now let's bring back up the CDRDAO one, or is it maybe the... But you know what? I want bin Q1. That's what I want. This has the glob stuff going on. Okay. I want this paired with this, because I don't know how many bin files I'm going to get as an output. Time will be an outdated concept? Yeah, really. Cockroaches in the computers, neither will care about that. So Flare Spire, it's not able to read it. It just acts like there's no disk in there. It's the same thing as putting like a Post-it note or a piece of cardboard in there. I should have documented this for others. Why do you think I have a YouTube channel? All right, datadir.bin. Bins sort. And then I'm feeling lazy. Okay. That works. We don't need to run talk to queue. It was kind of nice because that eliminates a dependency. Okay. So this is still a bin queue split, which cannot be handled for replacing two caps to not document on caps wiki. Well, I mean, yeah, that literally two capacitors. Come on. That's just sheer laziness. What are we working on today? Same thing as we do every day. CD robots. How do I want to handle this? Yeah, we do need to come up with a way of merging these, as annoying as that is. Oh, I didn't let it finish ripping Americana. I wish I had another disc that had CD text. That wasn't a stupid Blue Book disc, but I bet most of them are like that. I'm gonna go look and see if I have a reasonably modern album that might have CD text. I'm gonna try and rip that. The problem is it has to be new, but not too new. It's got to be like 2005 to 2010, maybe. And that's like exactly the time I don't care about music. What might have... Okay, this is like a kind of new album, right? Like he says, and then is it going to see that it's like from 1997 or something? I'm trying to see. Oh my gosh, why does no one put dates on anything? 2005, perfect. Okay, this might have it. All right, I feel like the very new Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Complete Radio Series CD set that was 14 discs probably not going to have CD text. So we'll skip that one. You know, some of these Prodigy might. Fat of the Land reissue. I feel like that's too new. I think that's, yeah, that's 2012. That's probably post CD text. I don't think any of the Prodigy will, actually. Invaders Must Die is like the best bet. I could check. That's 2009. That's in the ballpark. What else? Let's see. All my stupid nerd music's definitely not. Like, this is 1996. Yeah, that's definitely not. Eurythmics, totally relevant in the 2000s. All right, we'll try these two. See if we can lock into something. Okay. Invaders Must Die sucks. Must fight me. All right, we can time out Dziak. So my modern albums are Disturbed, 10,000 Fists, and The Prodigy, Invaders Must Die. This one is 2009, if I remember correctly. Yep. And then this one was 2005. So yeah. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Don't see that too often. This has print on the inner hub. CD released last year that has artists and title songs in the CD text. Okay, but is that a novelty? Or is it like just a regular old CD that has that stuff? We're going to try Invaders Must Die first. Well, we're going to rip them both at the same time. I haven't done anything here that's going to totally break this, right? I don't think so. It's a regular CD. Interesting. What is it? It's not something that I feel compelled to buy. I would just like to have a benchmark of what modern CDs might have that. Unless it is something I'm compelled to buy. Why do you think there's a too new for CD text with latest album purchasing blah 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 into the player and it has it? So it's pretty much anything I remember ever buying last few years. Because I assume everything's going to go the way of cassettes, where it's going to be the lowest common denominator garbage that they can put out because no one actually checks or cares. Like, a CD, having CD text or not, is not going to sway anyone from purchasing it. Somebody making that CD has to actually care. Hoppy's negative spaces. Okay, I'm not familiar with any of that. That's not saying anything. That could either be like a totally niche artist and I wouldn't know it, or it could be an extremely popular artist and I still wouldn't know it. All right, Invaders. Genuinely, Dziak, I don't know how you can not like Invaders Must Die. That is a phenomenal album. Like with Sumerian Records, they can do with all the releases. Huh? Pretty much consider it table stakes these days. Metadata baked into it. iTunes, why not release CDs? See, I buy weird stuff. Like my Breath of the Wild, my Tears of the Kingdom CDs. They don't have CD text. My Shadow the Hedgehog extension to Sonic Generations soundtrack, that doesn't have CD text. So maybe it's just because I buy the weirdest stuff. Easily YouTube Music's always like Invaders Must Die, and every time listening to anything on shuffle. Well, that sounds like a you problem. You ripped the Terraria PS3 disc. I don't own it for PS3, I don't think. I would imagine that that just has the daytime theme music as the Maggie music. But all right, Dzag, if you don't like well, your reason for not liking Invaders Must Die is stupid, though. I was gonna say, what do you think about The Day Is My Enemy? But your opinion is invalid when your complaint is that it gets shuffled too much. I was reasonably mainstream, much anticipated after the lead single, a little radio play. Hacker's Guide to the Fallacy. I like how the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Blank was actually a pun itself for the galaxy. And now the pun is being based off of a pun. Yeah, that's definitely your fault, Dziak. Managed to find a way to rip CD with CD stub. Oh, so yeah, I keep forgetting to come back to that. My apologies, Lena. Um, I just need to implement the Music Brains metadata part. Didn't I push a change that allowed it to continue with that, or did I not? I may not have. That might be my fault. Yeah, I need to go back to that. We only have 20 minutes left today. If you can poke me about that again tomorrow earlier in the stream, I would really like to get that working. Anyway, I didn't say it. I did hate The Day Is My Enemy. I've also tried to listen to No Tourist, and it just didn't grab me. When Nasty was released as a single ahead of The Day Is My Enemy, and it sounded like Invaders Must Die, I was so excited. And then The Prodigy literally put out a press release saying we didn't mean for that to be the first song off of the album to be released. That was leftover music from Invaders Must Die. The actual album doesn't sound like that. Which was like so soul crushing. It looks like Invaders Must Die finished ripping, so let's look at that. There's no way for me to know that this has CD text or this. Oh, look, CD text. Okay. So this does. Beautiful. Okay. So did it add it to the queue? Perfect. Okay. So this is where the problem begins. If I find a program like bin merge or what have you that can take all of the bin files and concatenate them, it loses the CD text. So I was trying to think about how I wanted to handle this. Maybe I do this myself, and then we manually calculate the CD offsets. Oh, God. And then fix these. I really don't want to do that. It sounds like a pain in the butt, but I feel like we have to. I really don't want to do it. So a normal, that's a read ump read. A normal CD read. Output old Breath of the Wild bin queue. All right. So the index numbers build off of each other. So they increment from one track to the next. Unlike this, where they reset every time they load in a new file. Because this is the offset into that file for that track. Which also is kind of weird because it means as soon as this file ends, this file begins data-wise. So I actually have to calculate the size of this file in minutes, seconds, frames, and then change this number to that. Ugh. No, I have to calculate the size of this file and then change this number to that. This is going to be awful. Gosh. Ben, see how these numbers increase track to track? That's what I'm saying. A standard queue file for a single bin file, the index numbers increase. When they keep loading separate bin files for every track, the index numbers don't. The times are cumulative, yes. The offset into the file keeps increasing because they're not splitting the file. That's all this means. This is the offset into the file. So we have to calculate the size of the file in minutes, seconds, frames, which sucks. Norsob, no. In order to be able to use these bin queues with normal programs, we have to fix this. So when we rip an audio CD using redump, we don't get a single bin file and a queue file like this. This is how CDRDAO rips a file, an audio disc. Redump rips them by splitting the bin queue into separate files like this. Oh, we did get the session folder. I'm going to have to fix that. So redump does this, and then a single bin queue that references every single track file. The problem is, not all software supports this. So if I want to use the same program that I would normally use for taking this and then converting it into a WAV file, well, I can't. I would have to make all of these be merged into one file first, and then I can extract them into waves. And it's a problem because it's not just wave data, because I could just add headers to this and then boom, now they're waves. The other problem is ISO tracks. So, because those don't just cleanly rip into ISOs. So if we go to, let's say, curvature of space here. So we have the split bin queue here. All right. We open this folder up. I'm going to go into this. The last track that is an ISO track here, track 14, if we do dump, blah-de-blah, just gonna steal this file name because I'm late. One moment, please. That was curvature of space, blah, 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 blah. F2, Control A, Control C, file. This, it just shows up as plain data. There's something there that is making it not an ISO 9660 file system. If we look at the queue sheet, there might be a pre-gap or something there. I'm not sure. No. See, I don't know why that doesn't just show up as an ISO 9660 file system. That really weirds me out. We should be able to rename this .iso, and then I can open it with ARC, and then I can see files. But it doesn't work. I don't know why. Oh, it probably doesn't work because of that whole like LBA offset thing. Still though, at least I would think file would be able to tell it's an ISO. But yeah, so our question is really, are the frames in the bin 24 bytes of audio data or 33 bytes of raw frame data? That makes me want to cry, Ben. So this is the next problem we have to solve to be able to make this usable. I would complain, but that Blue Book disc, being able to mount the ISO track afterwards is like mind blowing. So if that works, I can't complain. I thought I was going to, I said this at the start of the stream, I was going to look into modifying the redump code to add a merged bin output, but once I saw that it was probably going to handle the LBA stuff, I was like, I can't touch it. That's too perfect. With them dealing with the lead in, lead out nonsense, like I just, all of that, it works too well. It makes me sad because I want it to be merged, but I can't. Maybe it would still work if it's merged. I don't know. Also, the way that it's programmed is really confusing, so it'll take forever to figure out how to do it. This problem's all the way down? Yeah. I don't know how to handle this. Do we use bin merge or whatever the other one was? There were two of them, weren't there? Qbin, extract, I don't know what this is. This script will work with all kinds of games, including PS1, blah, 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 blah. Hold on. This script is meant to take input, bin queue file, extract the raw tracks, audio, data, in whatever format the user has specified through the script arguments. Script simply separates all of the tracks of the thing. Native CD audio. That's not a WAV file. I don't want it to be FLAC. Well, I mean, I do want it to be FLAC, but I want to make it FLAC, not have them make it FLAC. Money, it's not fine. Just straight up, it's not. For your one use case, it worked. Okay. For my use case, it does not work. I can just demonstrate it if you want. Okay. bchunk is a very common program that allows you to take a bin file and a queue file and split it into waves and ISOs. It just straight up doesn't work with multiple bin files. That's it. That's all there is to it. There's nothing you can do about it. It does not work with them. So, and that's what I use to extract ISOs and audio from CDs. Unless there's a different program out there, but I'm not aware of it. Extract audio and ISO from bin queue. bchunk. Aru, which is, I mean, that would be a really, really complicated dependency to add. That'd be like saying, I don't want to have to get a new timing belt for my motor, so let me just replace it with a completely different motor. Yeah, nothing here. It's bchunk. That's like the way to do it. Lena Heim, probably not, because you can't easily generate a disk ID from a bin queue, and that's what Music Brain uses to match. What you gave me is already enough. The problem is it's just going to take a fundamental change in how I handle the Music Brain's data. That's the issue. I think I commented something to that effect in the issue you opened. But yeah. That's not timing cover. On a 302, it's the harmonic balancer. And they just straight up don't make harmonic balancers for an 88 town car. Because it's the exact same as, say, a Fox Body Mustang, which is going to have far more common timing marks. Again, I need to go to a scrapyard, get a harmonic balancer off of an 88 town car, remark the one I've got. That's what I need to do. But also probably replace the fuel pump, the injectors, clean out the fuel lines because it's been parked for a decade. Oh my gosh, they're doing it the hard way here. Yeah, we're not messing with that. Yeah, the mode thing here, mode 2352 versus audio or whatever. Yeah, no. We're not doing that. Uh-uh. So yeah, there's no other way they can do it. We're not messing with the RU. That's ridiculous. That would be stupid. Redump doesn't want to. They're not interested. So this does not preserve CD text, which kind of sucks. I didn't even realize. I mean, it makes sense. B-Chunk source code was available. B-Chunk. It hadn't occurred to me to try and use that or update that. I don't like that. That's not like the best solution. Like, does anyone know offhand? Okay. The answer is probably yes. Does something like PCSX2X support split bin queues? The last updated 9 years ago. Oh my gosh. Here's multiply a time in frames by sector size. Which doesn't sound right. I don't know. It works great though. Man, this code looks pretty darn simple though. Jeez. Is there like one C file that's the whole thing? Oh my gosh. How is this one program that's like 400 lines long the backbone of so many archiving workflows? If we even updated this, like, are there any active PRs? Like, there's one listed issue archived by the owner. It's now read only. I mean, when? Like, if we updated this, where would we even push the PR? Gosh, it's so ubiquitous. It hasn't been touched in a decade. Just fork it. I'm not going to be able to get it pushed into the Debian repositories or something like that. Well, zero ohms, yes. But that's kind of my point, is B-Chunk takes the track position and then strips out the data. I mean, it's obviously not a tremendously complicated process. As we saw, it's a 500-line program. Um, that's something that should just be integrated into PyDiscript. I don't know. I really, again, I don't like the idea of just handling the split bin queues, because I still feel like there's going to be plenty of instances where they're not going to work. Well, Zafida, that doesn't always mean that when it's archived on GitHub, because that could just mean that they moved it to GitLab or something. That's why I was trying to look elsewhere for it. GitHub is not the be-all, end-all of all software development. Just adopt bchunk. Again, that would mean I would have to take over maintaining it for like a bajillion different sources. Someone's got to do it? Not necessarily. I did not find it elsewhere, no. I'm going to guess that notification was, I should release a video, which, yep, I am off sync for stuff. Why were my camera alarms going off at noon? That's weird. Yeah, I do think we could solve this, Ben. It's just, yeah. That's kind of what I was trying to look for there, Q. Let's see. Development branch. That's a different repository. Newer. Okay, yeah, this seems better. There are several pull requests. Handle multiple bin files. So we could update this and it wouldn't matter. This is why I was trying to find this. So the problem's already been solved. At least for this particular application. Solved 3 years ago. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing importing a wave into bchunk, but we can mess with this tomorrow. We'll see if we can compile this. I mean, it looks like it should be brain dead simple since it's one C file. And then we'll see if it handles multiple bin files. Not really thrilled to base the workflow on a unmerged pull request from 3 years ago. But it solves the problem. Oh, this is fancy. There are CD text in there. All right. Issues. What are the other issues? That's interesting. Vertiq, link to multiple bin files. Yeah, probably, yeah, same problem. Yeah, all right, we'll come back to this tomorrow. We'll see if the fork works. Pull request version. Get out of here with your stupid pop-up menu. Can the problem be solved from the other end? Split bin queues coming out of redumper, right? Yeah, Ben, so I was looking at that earlier. The way the redump handles it is crazy. So you can go into CD, and then it is the CD split file here. This thing is a monster. All right. It's a lot. And you're going to find like a total of 12 comments that are actually helpful here. So good luck. 1,400 lines later. Yeah, because that was the thought I had this morning. It's like, I'll just patch redump to have an option. They'll be more likely to pull that than any of the other tools because it's still under active development. But no. Yeah, this sucks. The last line here, there's something here where it outputs the cue sheet, and then you got to go to the talk file somewhere in here. So yeah, it's a pain. So I don't know. Anyway, we got to wrap this up. So. Just wonder if this is a problem. They introduced a switch 4, and it seems no. They just have 100 threads on their forum about merging them. Yeah, right? This is why I don't really want to hitch my cart to redump or Aru. They both have their own issues. I just wish... I don't even know what I want. I want CDs to not suck. That's what I want. But we can't go back in time and tell them, no, bad. All right, it's outro time. All right, well, we did make some really good progress today. We fixed the 2 issues, redump rips, it ejects the discs, we can rip DVDs, we can rip Blu-rays with redump. Both things we couldn't do this morning. What was the other thing that was wrong with redump? There was, I don't know, there were 2 problems. I don't remember, but yeah. So, real good progress. Still have the original problem to solve. And tomorrow I do want to look at the CD stub issue again. So, Music Brains has a JSON format that it sends you its data in, and like 99.999% of the time it's one format, and then there's this ultra rare like little mini format that it can output, and I could never find an example of a disk that has that, and then Lena Heim did find one. The problem is the data structure between them is completely different. So I need to figure out how to handle importing the weird data format when I go to ID3 tag the stuff. Probably just gonna have to write a completely different reader for it and then handle it that way, which is gonna suck. But anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. We will continue this tomorrow because we do still have work to do on it, you know, probably until we die. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time. Video release. No, there is no video for today that was released like Thursday or Friday. So yeah, if you guys want to watch a video, there's a video on the second channel about me getting a special version of the Tron Ares soundtrack from Japan that looks like a floppy disk. It's really cool. So I put it on a real floppy disk is what I do. Anyway, yeah. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow.